let's jump into the process of designing. Now, I've got the design brief from one of my clients who is also a very good friend of mine. And what he wants is, he wants something on his upper arm, and he was looking for something which is very colorful because his skin tone is really fair. So, and he's into colors and stuff. But he wanted to relate it to his daughter because he stays in India, but he works in London, and he sees his family like once a year. And so this time while he was here, he wanted to get something related to his daughter to express love towards her. At the same time, he was interested in something very futuristic, more like a female portrait, but someone from the future, or it depicts the higher version or higher level of human being, more like a feeling of augmented humans, or and then the way we are progressing as human beings. So he was looking at that picture. So he wanted to see his daughter as like a futuristic woman who is more like a superhero. So I got into designing, and let me show you how exactly I went through the entire thing. Now he gave me a reference which is this one, and now this is the starting point for me, and from here on he was quite open on concept, so he was not very specific on things he wants. So I started with the design. I created a couple of options, right? So several options before we finalized one design. So I'm not gonna walk you through each and every step how the designing went, but I have a time lapse shot properly, and I want you to see it, like how many versions I have worked upon and how I went through the image search and so on and so forth. So let's watch the time lapse. I'm using the Pinterest for all my searches, for all the image search I do for my designing. I find it really good. I find it better than Google because Pinterest learns the way you search, or it adapts your your style or your requirement, or the pattern. It can detect the pattern in your searches. So it is kind of an quite an intelligent search engine for images, and for me it is very easy to find what exactly I want. It's like Pinterest can understand what exactly is there in my mind and show me the relevant images. So I started with the first image, and the Pinterest could pick up the colors and the style or the type of the image, and it showed me a lot of images relevant to my first image, the reference image I got from my client. And then I kept doing the same process. So as soon as you click on one of the images which are in the search, the Pinterest again learns out of your click, and it will show more relevant images, and that keeps going on until you find the images you like. And that is what I have done. I'm now saving all the images which I have opened in different tabs. I was looking for colorful, at the same time more of vibrant and neon colors, because that is what he likes as well. So I was not exactly sure that what exactly I'm going to come up with as in terms of design, but I'm going to try using his reference image to start with. So when I'm doing image search, I save a lot of stuff. I mean, whatever clicks, I'll save it. I mean, whatever I feel, this is different, or this is right, or it may look good, so I just save it. For me, this is an important part. I mean, it is really important for me to start with a lot of image search, because I also get inspiration while looking for, artwork, and slowly, the design starts, building in my mind, and the more I see, the more I can relate to things, and the better I get in terms of creativity. Alright, so I have the images to start with the design. Now I'm on the Photoshop, I'm going to start the designing, so I'll pause the time lapse and I'll show you the images which I have downloaded from the internet before I actually started the design. So this was the first image. I started a search with this, and from here on we have more images like these. So these are all the images which I downloaded. Futuristic, colorful, yeah, that's about it. So these are the images I'm going to work with. Now let's go back and start the video. So I have worked on a couple of options. You will get to see now. It's going to be fast, but you will get an idea. This is the workflow of mine. This is how I work. So I roughly drew the outline of the arm, the upper arm, so that I can just, it's easy for me to work in that way. And it is always recommended to work in that way. Never work on a flat image directly. If you're working on a certain part of the body, just take a photo of that part and then work on it. So your design is going to look like it's tailor-made for that particular arm or particular body part. So that's the first version I started with. I'm going really rough here, nothing is final. Playing with different hues. That was the first option. Now this is the second one. This is the third one. I was not very sure about the third one, that how it's going to look. This is the fourth one which I liked. I worked on this for quite some time. So I like the way this looks. It looks like a huge giant monument kind of thing right at the center of the city, which kind of powers the entire city or entire country. So that was another option. Now I'm working on this one. This one again, I worked on this a lot, and this was In fact, one of the bike one, I'll come back on that, I think, so we'll wait for that. This is another option he liked. Again, this relates to his daughter. A small kid grows to, a futuristic hero kind of character. So that was the idea behind this design. So that was another one. This is the third one, which was finalized. I mean, this was a final artwork before I made the last one. So this was almost good to go for both of us. I was not really happy with this artwork. I was not like 100% in it, but out of all the options I created till now, I mean, this was something which clicked for both of us, and we thought we'll do this. Now this is a time lapse. I worked for hours on each of these designs. I mean, it takes good amount of time to come up with a concept and work on a design. I spent around 30 to 45 minutes on search, image search, and then each concept took around an hour or 60 to 90 minutes each one. So this was the final one which I sent, and he approved that this is the one to go. I loved this concept, but somehow I felt personally that this is more of a feminine tattoo, something which will look really nice on the girl's arm. But that's my perception. Yeah, so that's about it. This was the final artwork we thought we were going to work with, but I asked for a week more. I told him that I might want to think over this design and come back to you, because I was not really sure about this. So after a week I sat again and I came up with a new design, which you have already seen, the one I'm working on the webinar. So let me show you the new design. Alright, so I have this arm on the Photoshop, and I have what I normally do is I mask it out so that whatever I work in terms of design stays inside the mask, and it's easy to toggle between the flat image and the image, how it's going to look on that in that shape. You'll get to see what I'm talking about. So let's do it. So that's a starting point, flat image, and then I got the arm, then I got the mask, which is right here. I'm gonna disable it for now, and then I'm gonna start placing the images on this. So the first one is this one, right? I'm gonna disable the mask. So I found this image again on Pinterest with all the search and stuff, and I'm gonna disable the mask for now. So this is the image I got from internet, from Pinterest. For me, I loved this design, and it was a good starting point. And then I thought of added a mask, and I added the planet over it. So that was the idea. So I picked up two images straight. One is this, one is the planet, both from Pinterest. And then I just added the mask here, and then I cleared a little bit of headspace from the girl. This is how it looked. Add a little bit more texture on the sides, and then more texture. As you can see here, this area is quite empty, right? This area, this area is quite empty. So what I did is I sketched it. I did a little sketching here to add the sky, and so that was the main construct of the design. And how it looks without the mask, like a flat image, is this. Now from here on, I have worked on tiny things to make it more tattooable. I worked on the contrast, I worked on the eyes. So let me show you how it went. Because it's going on the arm and it's very flat, I wanted to add the flow, so that's why I added, let me bring the mask. If this is the arm, so I was thinking to add like a flow, so it doesn't look like a cut at the bottom. It has some momentum, some flow to it. When you add a flow, I mean the entire thing goes in kind of action. It flows with the arm or the anatomy of the arm, and it looks nice. Now this line is exactly following the line of, so if I want to mark this to show you, so this line and this line is almost in the same angle. So all this is going like this. So I followed that and I added the angle there. I added a flow. After that, when you take down the saturation, so if you take down the saturation to 0, so you remove all the hue, you see black and gray image, all the values. And I thought that we can have more value on the face, like more contrast, not more value but more contrast on this part, especially this area. I felt that her face is quite dull in terms of colors. If I can make it more vibrant or more high in contrast, that will work. So what I did is I added this. If you see, I'm going to toggle before, after. This also changes in a way, so without the colors, how it affects is this way. Can you see? Now this is kind of an important step when you're working on a tattoo. You have to boost the contrast. It's gonna really help because on the skin we don't have a backlit, plus the skin has its own color, so your canvas is kind of dull. So the more the contrast, the better. So that's why this step, and I'm going to continue the same from here. I have added the some white to the forehead, because if I show you, see, this is how it looks. At the moment I add this white, it adds contrast to it. You see, there is more kind of glow to it. So if I remove this, now check this out. It adds a little glow to it, and also it differentiates the the headgear which is coming towards the nose, or this marking, with the forehead, from the forehead. I've fixed the eyebrows or this line because it was not even, so I fixed it, as you can see. Also added little darker tones to do to have contrast with yellow. Now I've Also added contrast to the lips. The upper lip seems to be little, I mean it's good saturated, but I think it can be a little darker. So something like this. So I added a little tone to it. Now focus on the nose. I'm going to add the definition to the nose. You see, it looks more defined now. So previously it was like this, and now like this. Now if I remove this definition, and if I want to show you what exactly I mean by why did I actually add the definition. This area, and this, especially this area, doesn't have great contrast. So the tonal values are quite close to each other. The values are quite close to each other, and when you work on the real skin, once it is healed, it's gonna look very shabby and kind of smudgy. It won't be very clean, defined output, and that's why even if you see with black and gray, it is not very defined. The shades are very close. The moment I add the definition, see what happens. There is more contrast to it and more clarity, so the eyes can read the image better, and that's why I added this definition. A little bit of highlights to add more difference of tones. Then we have, I have this texture on the on this area, right, and on the forehead, so I just added a little smoothness to it so that it's better while tattooing, because I will have really soft gradients happening there. Then I've added this highlight. Somehow, let's go in the black and gray version, remove the saturation. Now if you see this part, the planet is kind of merging with the background, and it won't look nice as a tattoo. You need to have more difference, and that's why what I did, just focus on that area. I added little brighter tones. Check this out how it looks in black and gray. So this is before, after, right? I think it is much better. Now a little bit of definition on the forehead. Now I have worked on the eyes. I thought, why not to have, I have this style where I have this white eyes. Lately I've been doing white eyes or blank eyes in most of my tattoos, and it looks more futuristic, and it adds little that superpower, supernatural, powerful kind of thing into the image, and that's why I did this. So check out the eyes, before, after. I also added a little gradient on the planet of yellow to have that feel of a blast. So see the difference in the planet. So that's before, and now that's after. It looks like there's a huge blast and there is a fire in it. So that's about it. I tried with green color on the sky. I was thinking maybe I can add a little more vibrancy, more colors to it, but I didn't like much, and that's how it is now. That's the final design. So without mask, this is how it's going to be. This is how I'm going to make, I'm going to use this like without mask for stenciling. So I'm going to work on this to make a stencil out of it. So that's about the designing, and let me show you how I did the stencil. So what we did is was in my podcast room. Now I'm going to take you to my studio where we are going to take the printout and start with the tattoo. So let's go. So this is my studio. All right. So it's the same file which you saw before, and first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a printout and check the size, what size will fit right on his arm. So let's do that first. So I'm in the Photoshop and I'm going to select this, copy, and I'm using Illustrator to do the printing so that I can try out multiple sizes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new one, a new file, inches, and I think width is fine. Height I'm going to do like around 14 because I'm not sure what size will fit, so a little longer, and create. Okay, and I'm going to paste, Command V, paste the artwork. Perfect. And the height of the artwork is around 11 inches. I'm going to do 12. Width is good as of now. And let's take a printout and see how it goes. Print is going to be grayscale. I selected fast economy so that it will print faster and we don't waste much ink on it. So that's about it. I'm going to see how it fits on his arm. So I'm going to work on the upper arm and I want to see if this size is good or not. Now understand this, it's little cropped because of a smaller paper, but as I said, I just wanted to see how it goes. So there's a little more space up and down. I think we can go for a little bigger size because he has a good width to his arm. Just relax. There's more space here which I think we can utilize. So I'm going to print a little bigger print than this and see whether it goes well with the fit, the width. I'm going to do 13 inches. Print it again. Now this print is not the entire artwork. As you can see, it is cropped from bottom and top because the paper size is small and the print size is around 13 inches and paper size is way smaller. But as I said, we are just testing or checking. So my concern is the portrait. It should fit well, and the size should be. It should look like a tailor-made piece for the arm. So I don't want to do a small portrait here and a small planet here. That is not the idea. Idea is to, once the piece is done, it should look like it was made for this arm. And yeah, I think the width of this is good. We'll have more height here, so more stuff coming in, a little bit down here. So I think, yeah, we'll have, this is good to go for me as size. Now we're going to do a stencil of this. And I'm going to show you how exactly to print the stencil into two parts and then connect it, because you don't get a bigger paper. And a lot of people have asked me about this, that how I can make a full back piece stencil and bigger size stencils. This is the technique which I'm going to show you now. Not a back size, but we need at least two papers and print in such a way that they connect seamlessly and it can go on the skin. So let's do that. All right, let's see now how to take a printout of a bigger stencil and connect it seamlessly. So we'll start with a new document. Command N. I'm going to take the A4 size because that's our printing paper size. I'm going to come here. This is our actual size of the stencil, so I'm going to copy this paste it here. As you can see, it is quite big than the A4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it here, so I cover the top till this line. If I want to show you till here, it's going to print from top. So let's do that first. So I'm going to take 2 printouts. So Command P for printing. I'm going to select the Epson printer, Epson L361, and the ink is the inkjet stencil ink. It is used to take the print of the stencils. So let's select that. Let's check the setup of the page. I'm going to keep this option on, flip horizontally, because if I don't do that, then the stencil is going to be flipped for us. What happens is on normal paper, when you take a printout, is the front what you see and what you actually use. But in the case of stencil, the ink or the front is going to go onto the skin. So if this is the face, it's going to go onto the skin. That means it's going to flip. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip the artwork while printing. So when you place it, it is straight the way you want. And I click print. I'm going to put the paper here. As this paper is very thin, if you put multiple papers, this printer will pull all of them at once. So what I'm used to do is I take a normal A4 size paper and I place the stencil paper in the front, and then I put it in the printer. Alright, so that's the print. If you can see this. As you can see, it is cut from here. There is more, but we have covered the entire from the top. So I'm going to take another printout. Put the paper properly, load it, and check this out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this artwork a little up. So now this time I'm going to cut it from the top and cover the bottom area, and I'm going to say print, select the same printer, check if it is flipped, done, print. That's the another print. That's how it looks. It's cut from the top, but now what we're going to do is we're going to connect this two properly, and I'll show you how I do it. So let's do that. Okay, so let's stitch the stencil now. So I need to see where they can connect properly, and I'm going to keep this as the top part, and I'm going to cut this out so that it fits at the bottom. So first thing is I'm going to cut a little bit of this one. There is always a margin when you print. There is always a margin at the bottom. It's default in every printer. So I just cut that out, and I'm gonna cut a margin. No need to cut the margin of this one. I'm just gonna see where both meets. So this is gone, no need. I'm going to place it. As this is transparent, I can see the one which is at the bottom. So I have this as the bottom layer, this one as a top layer, and I can see through and I can match the lines so that it fits perfectly. So I'm going to keep some tape ready so that once I find a spot, I'll just put it, maybe 2 pieces. I'm not cutting it till the edge. I thought this a little bit extra. I can have it a little smaller. And what I'm going to do is take a bigger piece of the tape. This is a magic tape which I'm using. And that's it. We have pasta here. I'm going to cut this properly now. All the stuff. All right, so that's about the stencil. Our stencil is ready. Perfect. Clean and neat. Now it's time to place it on the arm. Let's do it. Okay, so now we place the stencil, but before that we'll just clean the arm. So I'm going to shave it out. I'm using a razor. All right, before that we need to wear the gloves. Right. I'm going to put some little green soap on the arm. This is green soap solution. And stop shaving. I've talked about this in my previous webinars, where if I'm using a front face in a design, I place it below the circle, which is the shoulder circle. I'll just mark it. So we have shoulder, and there's always a line here which divides the arm, our tricep, and this muscle flowing in from here. So I always want to place the eyes in this area. So I don't want to place the face here or the eyes in this line. So this shoulder line, anything below it, front face, looks really nice. So I have used a front face, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure the eyes stays in this area, and then the artwork goes up and down. I use Lox gel to do the transfer. I find it really good. The stencil stays on skin for hours, like easily for 8 to 10 hours. So before I spread this, I want to make sure this is our stencil. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to put a lot of cuts so that it wraps properly on the skin. So time to place the stencil. because of these cuts, it is easy to place the stencil. It just wraps on the arm properly. Alright, so I'm going to put the locks again over the stencil paper. This will actually help the ink to be released from the paper onto the skin. I think it is dry enough. I'm going to remove it now. I'm going to clean out the extra ink on the skin. Now what I'm going to do is add a little flow to the artwork. See where I can extend it. So I need to fill this area, this bit. This is quite empty, so I need to continue the artwork till here, which is going to be all freehand. All right, and on the other side I see this little area, this particular area needs to be filled, so I need to continue the design so it looks fine. So it has to look like a tailor-made piece. It should wrap properly, so when you are looking from the side or the front, it should look complete and not just a piece at the center. And that's about placement of stencil. Now we'll start the tattoo in a few minutes. So let's start with the understanding the color systems what we have around us. So basically, wherever you see, whatever you see around you, they are mostly divided into two basic color systems. One is the additive color system and the other one is the subtractive color system. Now what is exactly additive color system? Now additive color system is all around you when you see a backlit or a screen like a phone, tablet, a laptop, a computer, a theater screen, a TV, even the sunlight which has its own light, right? So wherever there is this own light, it is additive color system. Now what exactly it is? So the primary colors in additive color system is RGB, that is red, green and blue color, right? And it's not about the colors, it's about how the colors come together and interact with each other. Now basically the primary colors come together to form a white light, and this is the technology which is used for all the screens which you see around you, right? And let me show you how it works exactly. So let's start with the first primary color, which is the red color, right? And let's add the green color to it, another primary color. Do you see the effect? Where both the colors meet, the color changes to yellow color, right? So the red and green is added to yellow color. Now let's add the third primary color to the system, which is blue. Can you see at the center? These colors have come together to make a white color or white light, right? And that is how the nature of the primary colors in additive color system is, right? And it is important to understand this, and especially for the people who are going to do digital art, they can actually use this color system and create different actually use it while creating art. But this is not mostly used by artists. It is the other one which is used more, which is the subtractive color system. Before I jump onto that, this is how the light works, the actually white light, the sunlight works in this system, right? So the primary colors come together to make a white light. And let's jump on to the next one, the subtractive color system. Now subtractive color system has again 3 primary colors, little different than the first one, and the colors are red, blue and yellow. These are the same colors which you must have learned in school, like when you're in school as a kid. First thing they teach you about the colors is the primary colors, and all the artists and painters use this color system. In fact, all the objects around you which doesn't have a backlit or its own light uses the subtractive color system. So talk about this pen or my watch or this table or the walls in the background, they are all subtractive color system. I mean, they fit in subtractive color system. Now let me explain what exactly happens. The primary colors in this system come together to form a black color. So they actually subtract each other to form darkness. So they cancel each other. Let me show you how. Let's take the first color, red, right, and add the blue color to it. So basically what you have learned in school is you mix red and blue to make a purple color. So that's what you will see. Wherever the color meets, they come together, there is a purple color. Now let's add the third primary color, yellow, to it. Can you see at the center? It is turning black. So even in real case, when you actually use these 3 colors in equal quantity, they subtract each other in such a way that you get a muddy dark color which is very close to black. Now this is very important to understand that this particular nature of these colors, because this is what you're going to use whenever you paint, or with tattoos as well. So this entire webinar I'm going to work on the color piece which going to use this system. It is also important to understand this, because if you have the enough knowledge about this basic fundamentals of subtractive color system, you know that what to mix and what not to mix, because you have this thing in back of your mind. If you mix this, it might cancel each other and turn out to be a muddy dull color. So that's about the subtractive color system. I have made it very simple to understand. It is not a very complex topic. People get confused and they are like find it overwhelming when they work with colors, but it's not that crazy, it's not that simple. If you're not doing well with colors, it's because you may have not worked enough times with colors. I'm not saying just jump onto a color tattoo directly, but start with a painting, a small painting, simple stuff, not to create a masterpiece directly, but to understand colors, how they actually work with each other, how they come together to form a new color. Now let's cover another important topic, which is the hue, value and saturation. Now what exactly is hue? The hue is the purest form of the color of the given color. Is it confusing? Let me explain it through an example. Now this is the given color. So what is the purest form of this color? It's right here. As you can see on the screen, this is the hue of the color. So let me explain. I'll pick this color and I'll take the purest form of this color. So whichever color you pick, it has a purest form. So this color has a purest form of color as blue color, right? Let's see another example. I'm going to pick up a color from any of these warm tones. Let's take this. Okay. So you see, this is where the color stands on this scale, and this is the purest form of that color, which is close to red. Let me show you this window again. You see it's right here on the scale, but what's the purest color? It's right here. It is also the same as here. So of this color, it's this. So the hue is the purest form of the given color, and this entire strip is the strip of hue. Now this is not the complete information about the hue. For that I will also have to explain what exactly is the value. So let's jump on to the next one, which is value. Now what is value? Value is the darkness or the lightness of the color. So to illustrate, if I take these two, the orange and the purple, it is about how dark this color is or how light the color is. It is about how much light it has, right? If there is no light, it's all darkness, absence of colors, right? But if there is light, then you will start seeing colors. How much light it has will define the lightness of the color, right? And that's about the value. Now value is measured on the scale of black and gray. So black is no light and white is like a full light, right? And everything comes between it. So from black to white and in between all grays. So that's about the value. Now to understand the hue, let me combine these two. So what is value, role of value and role of hue in defining a color? So what is color? Color is value plus hue. So value plus hue is equal to color. Now if there is no value, that means if there is no light, the color will not exist. There is no existence for color. But you can see a value without a hue. So let me explain how. You see these two colors, orange and purple. Let's remove the hue completely out of it. Can you see it? If I remove the hue out of it, still I have the value in place. Now value is very important for the color to exist, right? It's kind of a base to it. So without this, the color will not exist. Now, so again, the value plus hue is equal to color. And I don't want to confuse things, but it is very important to understand this, because this is all what you're going to use while tattooing, while doing a color realism. You need a good understanding of this part, right? Let's move on to the next one, which is the saturation. Now what is saturation? Saturation defines the dullness or how vibrant the color is. You can control the vibrancy or the dullness of the given color. It can be also, and I mean, you can think of how much hue the color has. So the lesser the hue, the duller the color will look. The more the hue, the more saturated the color will look. Let me show you through this example. So far these colors have no hue, right? So I'm going to add, bring back the hue a little bit. So the more I bring it, the more colorful it's going to look, right? The lesser the hue, the more I remove the hue, the duller the color will look. So it's all about how vibrant it is or how dull it is, and there is a scale between this which you can control, right? Now again, this part is also very important to understand, because in doing a realism work, it is very important to understand how to actually mute the colors, how to neutralize the color. You must have heard these terms, right? We are using muted colors, or neutralize the color a little bit. So these all terms are related to the saturation. So it is all about removing a hue or making the color less colorful. It's like neutralizing the color or desaturating the color. and you will use this a lot when you're doing a realism work, or for that matter any kind of work. Also, the combination of the saturation value and hue can define a good contrast. So it is very important in tattooing that you can pull off a great contrast out of the given artwork, right? If the contrast is not good, your work is not going to look great. Without understanding of saturation hue and value, you cannot pull off a great contrast. So it is the most important part when you're going to play with colors. So that's about the fundamentals of colors. To summarize, additive colors, which are for screens and stuff, and which has its own light. The primary colors come together to make a white light. In subtractive colors, the primary colors come together to make a black color, or they cancel each other in such a way that the final color is very muddy when it comes to, you know, painting colors or tattoo colors. The hue is the purest form of the color. The value is or rather defines how dark or the light the color is, and the saturation defines the dullness or the vibrancy of the color. So that's about the fundamentals of colors. Okay, so now what we are going to do is I'm going to show you the color mixing on piece of paper before we actually start the tattoo. And this step is really important for you to understand that what exactly goes into mixing the color, or what kind of information you need to process in your mind before you pick up any color while tattooing. So I got a blank paper here. I have an iPad and I'm sharing this screen as well with you, and I'm going to take a part of this, I'm going to pick few colors from here and try to make them using the actual tattoo inks, right? So I'm not using any acrylic color or any watercolor stuff. I'm going to use the real pigments, and we're going to take it ahead from here. Now understand this, as you learned in the last session about the primary colors and the subtractive color system, we are using the ready-made colors which are available in the market. So I use eternal inks, and most of the shades are already there which you might use in your tattoo. And so what is left is about blending and mixing the two colors onto the skin. And so let me show you. I have a couple of inks right now with me, and I'm going to start with first thing is I'm going to show you or demonstrate a live demonstration of the subtractive color system. As in, I'm going to take 3 primary colors from actual ink and show you how they cancel each other to make a muddy, dull black color. So let me show you that. Let's take, so we have these. So I have the primary colors, so the blue, the yellow and the red, right? All eternal inks. And I don't know whether these colors are in the purest form, but to my eyes they are the closest one. So I'm going to take a drop of each and put it on paper and mix it with brush and show you where the color goes exactly. So let's do that. I'm going to take yellow first bottle and put 1 drop, maybe 2 drops. All right, I'm going to take red, shake it well, and then 2 drops red. And now I'm going to take blue color, shake it well and take 2 drops. Oh, we got 3, but that's okay. Let's start mixing them together. So we have 3 colors here, and I'm just gonna go and mix all of them. I want you to take a closer look at this. The part where the blue and the yellow mixes, it is going towards green. The part which is going towards red and blue, it is going towards purple. But where it is mixed, like all 3 are mixed at the center, it is kind of a muddy color which feels like they're cancelling each other, and it is going towards black. Yeah, I think so far so good. I just wanted to show you what exactly I meant when you mix, and how the subtractive color system works. So it is very important to know that how one color behaves with the other color, and so that you can take care while doing a painting or you are working on a color tattoo. So that is the first demonstration. Next thing is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take few colors in the ink caps, and I'm going to show you how exactly I blend the colors to create a transition from one color to another. And the important part I want to let you know is, I do the color mixing first in the machine, as on the needle level, I would say. So the color is mixed between the caps, and the shade I see, it is in the tip and the needle. And then the second level of mixing happens on the actual skin. So you get like 2 chances where you can mix and blend the color, which is a kind of a good thing. I mean, it's not like once you make it and it is final. So you get like 2 chances to blend your color and get to the right shade or right gradient. Let's start filling the ink caps first. I'm going to take, this will also give an idea about the importance of gray colors. I have this 80% gray color. It is called neutral gray. If you take a closer look, neutral gray, because it neutralizes the color. I mean, it is no special gray as such. If you talk about any gray color, it works as a neutralizer for any vibrant color. So any vibrant color you see, if you mix it with gray, it's going to lose its saturation, which we talked about. It's going to get duller. So I got 80% gray. Now we have 40% gray. So I'm going to take 2 grays. Now understand this, you can actually make all the grays using black and white color which you get, but I prefer using the ready colors which are from the company directly, so you don't have to waste a lot of time. You get ready shades to work with, right? Now the entire palette which I'm going to fill with colors, you can actually make all of them using only 3 primary colors. You don't need anything else. But we are going to use the shades because Eternal makes all of it. So why not to use it and stop wasting time. So we have 2 grays. I'm also going to take white. A little bit of white. I have picked a few colors from my color library. All the colors I have from Eternal, and I find this indigo dye very close to the one which we have here on the artwork. So I'm going to take that one. All right. So it's kind of a color where the blue is a little purplish, right? And that is what we can see in here. So I'm going to mark it for you. So if you see this color, especially this area, this is the area where we are going to use this color. or I might change it a little bit while working on the actual tattoo. Second is I'm going to pick up is a little lighter shade of blue, which is a ready color from, let's pick up the true blue, and now I'm going to take the kind of a blue which is called Fuji blue, more like a sky blue color, and I'm going to take 3 colors out of the warm palette which we have for the portrait, which is this area. So let's start with something dark. I have Tibetan red. Instead of this, I think we can start with this. It's a peony purple color. Now I find this color useful because this area, especially this particular thing, is a blend of purple, blue and the warm colors, like going towards red and orange. So that is what I see here. Remember from the first webinar, image reading, it is very important that you can read the image properly so that it's easy for you to do the actual tattoo. So we have peony purple in place, and I'm gonna take red. That's a red color, and I'm gonna take, well, I don't need anything, but the red is going towards the orange. If you see the artwork, there's this little darker area here which has the purple and red here, and there is a bluish tinge here. So if I want to see which color it is, if I can just hold it, can you see that? It is the purple but towards the red, but if you go down, it is adding the blue color to it, and if I go up, it is adding red, and if I go more up, it's going towards red, and then it going towards orange, and then if I go up, it is adding yellow color to it, and it is turning into a yellow. So you see this transition. So what we need is this color, we need something which is of this tone. Now we have red to blend it, and then I'm going to put an orange and a yellow, and then I can just mix them together, right? So I got purplish color, I already got blue color, dark blue color, a color which is more of an indigo color, and I'm going to take an orange and yellow. It's so easy to work with colors when it comes to tattooing, because 90% of the shades are already there. You don't have to worry about anything. So in my last session, you realize that you need only 3 colors to make all of them, but there's a kind of a headache to understand which color mixes with which in how much quantity to make a certain color. In tattooing, you don't have to worry about it. There are maybe more than 500 shades already available in the market, so it's easy. So let's start playing with the available colors. I'm going to pick up a brush which is a little thicker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to show the exact way I work with a tattoo machine and needles. I'm going to make color in the brush at the same time here on the paper. Similarly, like I make colors in the needle and the tip, and also onto the skin when I'm working, which you will relate to this part later on in this video. But this is very important session. So let's do the dark indigo blue color, and let's put it right here. I'm going to take it make it a little thick. I don't want to lose the. So this is not a painting session, and I'm working with the pigment, so don't expect me to create the same kind of transition here, but I want to demonstrate so that you get an idea that how the colors work. Now with this, what I want is I want to get lighter towards the purple, right? So I'm going to pick up the purple now, but I'll just wash the brush, not that entirely, but there is color here, a little bit of wash, and then I'm picking up the shade which is more towards red and purple, and let's see how it goes now. I'm going to mix it here. Alright, and now I'm going to wash it. Now in tattooing, you don't have to wash the needle a lot. You don't have to clean the needle as such. You can just pick up the colors while you're working with it. Because the brush is going to retain a lot of ink in it, but not a tattoo machine, not the needles. Alright, so now I'm going to take a little bit of red. Oop, too much, that's okay. And try to blend it. Right, and then I'm gonna pick up the more red, just have a little better transition. And now what I'm gonna do is a little bit of red. All right, now let's pick up some orange and then mixing on its own because there is water there. It's easy. The orange is coming out nicely, mixing it with red. I'm going to clean the brush again, and I'm going to take orange more, a little bit of orange. Alright, and now I'm going to clean the brush a little bit and go towards yellow. I'm going to mix the yellow with orange. You see it has created the lighter orange. I'm going to take more yellow, add it here, start mixing. Alright, wash the brush. The more lighter color you use while tattooing, the more cleaner machine you need to have. So when you're working with a lot of dark tones, it's okay, you like, especially when you are creating a transition, you don't want to clean the machine entirely because you want the previous color to stay in the needle. So in my case, I want some color to stay in the brush so that it creates the transition, right? So the mixing is happening on the brush and at the same time on the paper. Now I want to have like a pure yellow color. That's the reason I washed my brush a little more than usual. I'm going to do the yellow nice and easy up because I don't want any orange there. And now I'll come down to mix it. All right, I can pick up orange directly. I'm not washing my brush. I'm going to pick up yellow, add it. You see, that's how you do it. That's it. Can you see a transition? And it's no big deal. I mean, the people who have not ever worked with color, you got to start working with colors. Maybe in 2 or 3 paintings, maybe once you start playing with colors, you'll be very easy and very, you'll get used to it and you will realize that how simple it is to work with colors. Definitely you need more knowledge of lights and colors and their relation, but if you use your common sense and if you trust your eyes and start reading the image correctly, you can pick up the right colors. Most of the colors are made in between, right? So if you see this tone right now, this tone is not here in the cup, and this one, this area, there's no tone in the ink cups, and also the same here. So what happens is you need to pick up the basic colors what you see from the image. So if you pick up the the points, like a touch points, you can create the something in between. So if you can make out that there is yellow, orange, purple and blue, that's it. What remains is the technique to color pack the ink into the skin, nothing else, which you will learn in this webinar, that what are the techniques I use to color pack and then color blend. It also consists of what the machine settings are and what works better when you have to nicely color pack and blend without creating a lot of damage onto the skin. So that's about color blending. I just wanted to give you a rough idea how I go about things. Before I sign off with this session, I want to talk about the role of or rather the importance of the black and the grays, right? So I'm going to pick up a color. So in this image, almost everything is vibrant and colorful, right? But there are instances where you might need a little dull color, and for that reason you might have to use the grays. So I don't think I'm going to use a lot of grays in this work. Maybe sometimes wherever I feel needed, right? So let me still show you on paper how it works. Say for example, if I pick this nice blue color, right, and I'm gonna just put it right here, a little bit of, yeah, and now I'm going to create a gradient where the thing is getting duller. So if I mix a little of gray, right now I'm using a gray which is I think around 40% gray, which is in the lighter side. What it's going to do is take the blue again, mix it, and I'm going to keep adding the gray to this. You see, adding a gray neutralizes the color. So if you see this area, it has lost its blueness. It's no more colorful. It has less amount of blue. So the hue has gone down, which you learned in the last session. The hue is going down. Here the hue is really up, right? And that is what I mean. So a lot of times you see a blue color in the image, or you see a particular color in the image, but when you pick up the color, your color is so vibrant, and on the reference image it's still the same color but it is very dull. So what exactly is happening is you need to neutralize the color. You need to take down the amount of hue from it, and this is how you do it. So if I want to go on the lighter side while doing this, so if I take, say, same blue color, all right, same blue, and I'm going to put white. Now white doesn't make any color vibrant and light. It does add the lightness to it, but not a vibrancy. So eventually it's going to take off the color of it. You will see that it will start losing its color. Alright, so I'm messing around, but you got the point, right? As you can see here, the color is losing its power even while it is going lighter. Now compare these two now. Now you have a reference to compare, adding a white is going on the lighter side, but adding a 40% gray, see how it is neutralizing the color. It's like I'm desaturating the color. So it is a good practice to use a gray which is anywhere between 40% to 60% to desaturate the color, to remove the color of the color, right? So reducing the hue, and it plays a very important role in, especially in the realism work. All right, so that's about the session on little mixing of colors and how I blend it, and to give you an idea how the black and the grays work and the white works. All right, so what I'm going to show you now is how do I make my color palette, how I decide which colors I'm going to work with. And for that, what I do a lot of image study, image reading, and from the image I pick up the colors, and for that I use an iPad. So let me show you how exactly I work with it. So this session is not about the Procreate app, so I'm not going to talk about Procreate as such, but I'll show you the basics, what exactly I do. So let's open the Procreate and add a screen size file. So we have a nice white background here. I'll just zoom it out, and let me add or insert a photo. I have the artwork ready. I'm going to place it here, just increase the size a bit. I think this is good to go, and I've placed the photo here. Now I normally work with layers, so this one is on the layer 1. I'm going to use, or rather create another layer, and from here on I'm going to start marking the colors. First we'll mark this color, which is kind of a base blue everywhere I see. So it's not even blue as such, it's more like a indigo color, bluish purplish. So I'm going to mark it here, and that is good. Now I'm going to mark this area which is a little lighter in the same shade, and I'm going to place it here, and I'm going to pick up this mintish greenish color, put it here. And what else I see here, this technique is also useful, that sometimes you see, oh, maybe this color is different and the other one is different, but when you mark them, they tend to be like very close, similar colors. So I like this practice so much, because it helps me read the image properly and understand that what exactly is happening. I'm going to pick this up a little shine over here. I'm going to place it here, this one, this highlight. All right, now I'm going to go on face where I see little mint green blue color. So if you can see, this is the kind of an indigo color which we got from down, and then I'll go a little up and then mark it here, and then I'm gonna go up, mark it here, and go up, and this one. All right, and I see that there is a little warm color here. I'm gonna pick it up. It's like a highlight, or the light falling out of the eyes. The yellow highlight which is there's this reflection of it. And let's see the warm colors here. We'll start with chin. All right, nice purple color here. I'm going to put it here. Oh no, let's reduce the size a bit and put it here. All right, and I'm going to take this. I'm going to take which seems to me a yellow color, but this is more like an orangish golden yellow kind of shade. And then the next one, the next tone. So to the eyes I see it is red, but I see that there is a little tinge of purple in it, magenta, purple mixed to the red. I'm going to go to the darker area and then move up from there and then go up. So I keep marking, as I said. So I'm going to go to this highlight. It's not exactly white, but a nice dark color. Check this out. This is the most bright color on the lips, but it still has a great value to it. It's not white. Let's see this one. And this. All right. Enough colors. Now let's mark these highlights. So the previous color which we picked, which is still there on the color picker, and this new one which I'm going to pick, there is a difference in tone. You can say, you can add a little bit of yellow color to the previous color and it will turn into this color. So that's how actually you mix the colors. Colors relate to each other. So that's what I recommend. You don't wash your machine all the time. Like, don't clean the needle, entirely. So when you're working in one area and then you just want to clean it a little bit sometimes and then pick up the new color so that you get a color something in between, and that's how the realism is. So yeah, let's take the color from the eye. Not much. This muddy yellow, lemon yellow, this is nice white. I think we have got a lot of colors but very close to each other. Let's read the planet. So yellow, then we go towards orange, which has a little tinge of red. So orange is towards the red and not towards the yellow. I'm going to pick up a color which is off the planet, and I see a green tone here to the blue. And let's see this one, bluish green. Now on the screen it doesn't look like bluish green, but in my mind I'm calculating is like, if I say this color, I just keep adding yellow to this color, it's going to turn into this. That's how you mix the colors. Let's pick up purple. Oh, that's not even purple, but there's a tinge of purple to the blue. That's what it is. It's blue. That has a little turquoise tinge to the blue color. Let's see the highlight. Nice. Let's see the broken stones. Oh, sorry. So the broken stone has a white, yellowish highlight. Sorry. And then we have like the red burning area, which is not exactly red but a little on the darker side. Then we have this shadow area on the stones, which is maroon, close to black, not exactly black. Orangish, reddish. There is no blue, as in the red, it doesn't have much blue in it. It is more towards the orange, and it's sensible because it is coming off the fire. So the spectrum is going to be yellow, light orange, nice orange, dark, and then reddish orange and the red, and then it goes to the darker red, maroon kind of. So that's the thing I see here. So a lot of colors we have, right? So that's how I choose, or that's the first step. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just mark important colors which I think is important, and I'm going to take maybe green to mark it because I don't see a green here. All right, so I see this, very similar color, right? That's one. And then I see this very close, that's two. Then I see this one and this one pretty close, and these are close to these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one. So I'll just clear a little bit of area here. So I think I'm going to pick up this for sure. I'm going to find it, and let's mark it a little bigger. All right, second color, definitely I'm going to find something which is near to this because that's there in the transition in a lot of areas, in the earrings, below the eye, and so on and so forth. I think I'm going to pick this up because I'm going to mix this in a lot of places to make the other tones of blue. I'm definitely picking this color because this is used in a lot of areas to create different shades of blue. So I'm going to use this for sure. And what else? Let's go to the warm colors. Definitely a lemon yellow is going in, and maybe a brighter orange. Maybe no need for brighter orange. Let's take the orange because if I mix this with yellow, I'm gonna get a brighter orange anyway. And I need a red color definitely because there's all the vibrancy you see on the face, the bottom part of the face. I think red and vibrant orange will play a really important part. And now I might pick this up. In some areas I see this has been used. I can play with it. What else I have? I don't see a green color as such, but I'm gonna use a green color in it to play with it. Let's see if I can find a darker tone to this. Yeah, you see this tone? I'm gonna take this for sure. A little on the darker side. Maybe you can say a little bit of this, and this is what I'm looking at. Yeah, this color, because that will help me to mix and create another layer, mixing and creating new colors. All right, so these are the main colors. Apart from these, I'm going to use the true colors, which are mostly, I'm going to use this blue. I'll just mark these colors. This blue is coming, and the red is going to come. Let me change. I'm going to pick this one shot, yeah, and then I'm going to have, I think I have the blue in place, and I have the yellow in place too. So yeah, so that's all about the creating a color palette. Once I have this, I'm gonna now just pick up the right colors which I need. I'm gonna use this as a reference, these colors, and pick my colors and get started with the tattoo. Okay, so now what we do is we choose the right colors to do the tattoo. So as you have seen already that we have the color palette ready on iPad. So that is the one which I'm gonna use as a reference to pick up the colors. I'm gonna pick up the colors, not all of them as such, because I'm gonna do a lot of mixing while working, but I'll try to find the colors which, if I can find all of them, I'll just first extract them out of this, and then I will decide how to go about it. I like to keep the colors, number of colors to as low as possible. So All right. I love the Jesse Yen's color series, the one which comes in this kind of bottle, which is squarish bottle, and Jesse Yen's series. And most of the colors which I have chosen are right there in this series. So I'll start with blues and I'll see how many blues can we find. So I think this one is good, indigo dye, and Fuji blue, which is the darker, the lighter. This is more towards purple, a little bit of purplish tone to this, which is what we want. And immovable medium, which is again I can use it for mixing, but I'll keep this aside for now. I'll just focus on blues. I'll also take the true blue because this is I think we're going to use a lot. So we have 3 for blues. Now let's see the purple. Purple is, so there's no pure purple as such in the artwork, but we are going to use to mix it with blue in a lot of areas as per the artwork I see. So I'm going to pick up a dark purple, which is called hand purple. Then I'm going to pick up the light purple, which is this. I think 2 are enough. Still looking for something. I'm not looking for really mute or muddy colors as of now. So I think for purple, these 2 are good. Let's see on the warm tones. Definitely an orange, a bright orange. Not this one. Let me have a few tissues. So I have a lot of colors. I use Eternal inks. I don't use any other brand. I've been using few in last few years. I've used many, in fact, and I think Eternal is the best, and I don't have to think much about the consistency and the quality of ink, and I mean you can get all the shades you want. I think I'm going to stick to Jesse Yen's orange, and I'm going to pick up the yellow, Lantern Yellow from Jesse Yen series, Eternal ink. I'm going to pick up, I don't need a pink color as of now. I'm going to pick up red. Red is Daruma Red from Jesse Yen. I need a little darker brownish tone. I think this is good. Tibetan Red, which is towards the brown. Yeah, these are the colors which I think are good for the warm tones. Keep it aside. Now I'm looking for the teal which is on the face, so let's see what we have. This looks good, but let me see if I have anything else. So I have teal and this southwest blue, which is kind of a, in a layman's language I see it's like a peacock color, and I have this mint green, not exactly teal, but yeah, the lighter. I think I can make this one while working, but still I'll keep it aside, and these are the two which can go on the highlights of this area of the portrait. And let's pick up few colors for the planet and the sky. We have the blues already. Let me see. I'm also pick up the green, not the graffiti green, the other green, imperial jade. I think I'm gonna mix this few times while working. I think we are good to go. Now apart from this, what I need is the shades which are going to play with the values of this. So whenever I want to boost the value or reduce the value, make the color lighter or darker, I need grays for that. So without grays you cannot work with color realism. So I'm going to pick up the gray set from Eternal Ink, and I'm going to use, I think, most of them. Not the gray wash I'm talking about the neutral grays set from Eternal. I'm going to use white, any white would do. I think this is good for us. And I'm going to pick up black, Eternal triple black. This is very thick. I've heard a lot of people face issues using this black because you have to mix water. You have to dilute this ink to use it properly. This is a very good black. I also use Ninja black, which is, I think I don't have it right now in the set, but it is again one of the Jesse N's series, Ninja black, which is really good color. Just dilute it a bit with distilled water and it works really nice. Alright, so that's about the colors. So we have all of these which we can use. So I'm going to pick all of them at once and keep it on my table. The grays and the black. Alright, now we have 24. I think it's enough for this palette, so I'm going to start taking the ink now. So first line is always for grays for me, so I always put the blacks and grays in the first line. So I'm going to take the black, do not touch this like this without the tissue. Always take the fresh tissue, put it like this, and then shake it well. Shake it, open it. I'm gonna take one with maybe around 40% black in this, a little dilute black. I'm going to take 60% gray. So we have 60% gray here. I'm going to take two 60% grays, so 2 caps of 60%. going to take 40% gray. If this thing happens where the color is not coming off the bottle, you can open the bottle, pour it carefully. I'm going to take whites and now let's start with blues and purples. So I'm going to take indigo, I'm going to take true blue, I'm going to take 2 ink caps of true blue, two ink cups because a lot of blues needed at the beginning. Fuji blue, light one. Let's start with purple. This is the dark one. Let's take the light. I'm going to start with the warm tones. Tibetan red, Daruma red, the other one. As you can see, I keep the related colors in one row, and I leave a lot of empty ink cups because I use them later on, and that's a very useful practice, at least for me. I'm using an orange. This orange is a little muddy. I'm going to take a brighter orange as well to work with this. So I'm going to first take the yellow. It's lantern yellow. I have few extra colors which I'm going to use to do the mixing. This one is green. I'm going to put it here because I have extra space. I'm going to take this one, the other green, mint green. I'll put it here because I have extra space. Kind of fits in the shade as well. southwest blue. I think that's about it. I'm going to fill the orange here. I'm going to keep this empty. I might put on purple again there. Now once I have the shades ready, all right, let me get the orange before we proceed. It's a little brighter orange. There's one empty cap, which I'm not sure if I go with purple or any other color. I'll keep it empty. And the most important part comes now. It's this, where I put the sterile water and I dilute the ink. I don't recommend you to use pure ink directly onto the skin. Always put a drop or so, because this is a dilute black, that's why so much of water. In the rest of them, maybe 2 to 3 drops based on how thick is the color. All the whites are quite thick, so I'm going to put a little more in it. The yellow is quite light, the orange is okay. Yeah, I think this is enough. Once this is done, what you need is, I tend to take extra caps always, and once I'm done, I remove the extra stuff from my table. So I keep it down and keep my tabletop clean as much as try to maintain the cleanliness and keep the minimum stuff on your tabletop. It looks better, it is easy to work. Okay, once this is done, what we need is 2 cups of water, distilled water, and it is this. Now why 2 cups? In one, I'm gonna rinse the needle, I'm gonna wash my needle whenever needed, but the other cup is, it's more like a technique which I've learned through all these great artists who are doing good color work. Whenever you pick up the color, if you start working for long hours, your colors get a little thicker because the water evaporates, and it is a good habit to take the color and dip a little and then start coloring. So this is for that. I normally keep my inks diluted, but it is a good habit to have take the color and then take the color, dip it in the water, and then go ahead. So I have 2 cups of water, the ink is ready, it's time to start the tattoo. Alright, so we are about to start the tattoo. What I'm using is the Sol Nova from Shein. I'm going to use this machine mostly for color packing and color blending. I have Shein Thunder mostly for color packing again, and if at all I'm doing tight lining. And I have Shein Spirit. This is mostly for blending the colors. In terms of needles, I'm using 15 Magnum. It's a 15 curved Magnum. I'm using 9 round shader, and I'm using 7 round shader. For now, I have these 3 on table that I'm sure about that I'm going to use these. If I need anything else, I might add maybe 5 liner based on how I progress. This tattoo is going to be divided into 2 days. So today I'm going to try and finish maybe till the eyes, or if the time permits, I will try to finish the entire portrait and maybe the planet and the sky tomorrow. So let's start with 15 Magnum. Alright, so this is how much the needle is out as of now. It's quite a long stroke, so that's the amount of needle coming off the tube. This is a long stroke machine, and I'm going to run it really slow. Currently it is running on 11 Hertz. I'm going to drop it down to around 7. I'm going to keep the machine slow. It's the same amount of needle coming off the tube. Alright, I'm using A and D. I'm checking how much the needle is inside the tube when it is at the rest. So as you can see, I have quite a bit of space, and I'm okay with this. As this is a long stroke, I want the needle to go into the tube a little bit more, so that it will have a lot of pigment in the needle. Needle will actually carry a lot of pigment, and we'll have nice color packing happening while I'm working on it. I'm going to go slow, start really slow, see how see how skin responds to the machine and the pressure and the stroke length. I'm going to test it out for some time before I actually go at my normal speed. At the same time, I recommend you all to start slow. I do that always, so that you make your client comfortable. He should be comfortable enough with pain, and the body gets some time to get used to the pain. So I took the indigo. I'm going to take blue now, true blue. I'm going to try the shade on his skin. Color is flowing smoothly, but I think I can increase a little bit of stroke length, add little stroke, because if you can see, the skin has a lot of area which has a lot of give from the skin side, so the needle is going to bounce. It's not very tight, so in this case you need the needle to come out a little more than regular. First half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour is when I try things out. I'm still testing the skin, how it is, and what works and what will not work. I'm also going to try different machines now. This time I went little, so my hand movement is faster, and I'm just checking how good it is on a slow speed machine. So I'm getting a lot of texture here and not very smooth fill. I'm going to increase the speed by 2 points. So now it is 90 Hertz, a little faster machine, so that I can move my hand faster. So far no oozing, no bleeding as such. So bleeding never happens in my tattoos anyway. I'm going to change the machine. I'm going to try the Spirit now and see what works better for me. Now Sol Nova was a long stroke, really long stroke, around I think around 3.54 mm, I guess. I'm not very sure the exact number, but yeah, anything above 3.5. Now Spirit is a short stroke, so I'm gonna stop the machine and show it to you. So this is how much it is inside right now, and if I turn it on, this is what I get, which is quite smaller than Sol Nova. And now I'm gonna go with it and see how it works. This is also good, but this is working like a blender more, because this machine is good at it. This machine is very good at blending 2 or more colors. Now what I'm going to do is I've tried fast, relatively fast speed with spirit. I'm going to increase more. I'm going to take it to 110 hertz, so I can move my hand a little faster and see how it goes. And now I'm going to try thunder. This is a 4 mm stroke with really hard hit. So I'm going to pull this out. So hard hit and long stroke, and let's see how this one goes. Running at a higher speed. I think I'll take the machine down a bit. It's 90 hertz. I'm going to slow the machine to 70 hertz. This thing is giving me much solid color packing here. That's the normally accepted configuration. Long stroke, slow machine does a great color packing, and this is what I can feel it now. Alright, so what exactly I was doing is I was trying few things before I can go full-fledged, and I do this in every tattoo, and I think everyone should do this. I mean, try things out, experiment couple of things before you stick to one configuration, because every skin is different and every skin requires a little different technique to do certain things. So I'm back to Sol Nova. Long stroke, I'm keeping it at around 80 hertz. This is the important part for me, as in this is where I want to talk about my color packing and color blending techniques, and also talk about the color mixing, the way I mix the colors. Now, as you can see on the screen, I'm using a paintbrush technique. So as you learned earlier in the session, I'm running a machine on a really slow speed, which is around 80 Hertz, and the needle depth is little on the higher side. That means the needle coming off the tube is little more than usual, and I'm using a machine at an angle, a good angle, and going really slow. So I'm actually feeling the punch of the needle, or the thing which is happening between the skin and the needle. I can feel it. So I'm going slow and I'm more focused while color packing. So it's been like 3 or 4 strokes, and you can see that we have packed color nicely, especially the yellow color or the lighter colors. For the fact is little difficult. It takes time to settle down into the skin, but in our case you can see that it was quick. In 3 or 4 strokes we had yellow color nicely packed into the skin. I'm creating a transition as it's a very similar thing which I did on a piece of paper, where I mixed a couple of colors at 2 different places. One in the needle, so I do the mixing in the needle or the tip, I would say, and the other place where I mix the color or blend the colors is onto the skin. So I started with yellow color, and then I picked up the light orange without washing the needle, and that gives me a color which is between that yellow and orange. So there is a color mix happening in the tube or in the tip, and then I'm blending it on. For now I'm color packing it onto the skin, not really focused on blending as of now. I'm picking up the dark orange with little tinge of red. So what I'm doing is I'm just giving it a little reddish tone to the orange. That's the third layer which I'm pushing in right now. You can relate it to the exercise we did on piece of paper with where I did the painting and created a gradient. So it's a very similar thing what I'm doing here. I'm using a little bit of corner of the needle to just get into the tight area. Now as you can see, I've picked up the purple and the brown because that's the darker shade. So you can refer it to the actual artwork you have with you, and you'd get better idea that which color is going where. So refer to the image you have, and it's easy for you to understand what's happening. So I've picked up the brown color. At the same time I picked up a little purple because I don't want this tone to go towards brown. It has to have that little purplish tinge to it, right? Trying to match the colors what you see on the image. I didn't clean the machine again. I just a little tinge of water to make it dilute, and picked up red color. So there was a color before and now we have red. So what's there in the tip is the mix of the last color and the one which I picked, and that's how I play with the gradient, right? So see, again I'm going with red and little brown to it, That's because I want a little darker tone, but having the the reddishness as it is of it. So wherever I need nice color packed area where the blending is not happening, where I'm not blending two different colors on skin, I lift the pressure, I release the pressure of the machine and I go light on skin. And wherever there is a nice color packed area, I'm going to push it a little harder with a paintbrush style technique. So I washed the machine a little bit and picked up a purple and then red. It was not the color which I wanted, so again went back, washed the machine and got the purple color. Now remember, this purple color is not the like 100% saturated purple. It is more towards a mid-tone. Mid-tone is right, it has a lot of gray color in it, and it works for me because it also dulls the color, but at the same time it adds a good amount of value to it. So not all the colors are supposed to be very bright or vibrant. So the colors which are going to look vibrant, they need some relative color around it, which creates a good contrast. So purple is going to play a very important role, a very subtle role. You won't see purple color like a full packed color as such, but it will mix with other colors a lot and create different shades and different tones out of it. In my color pieces, I use different purples. In this case, I have one. So sometimes I prefer, instead of using a gray color, I use purple color, and it adds a beautiful tinge of that purplish color while maintains the desaturated effect, or so I can't relate to it right now because I don't have anything to show, but yeah, I do use purple a lot in my color work. I picked up a red because I want the transition from a dark color to a vibrant red, which is going to develop into an orange color later on, and then again transit into the yellow. As far as the technique is concerned, I'm just mixing a lot of techniques in one because I'm not thinking about techniques while working, because that's happening automatically on a subconscious level. So my hand and brain is connected as such that I know, like my body knows that for this purpose, this is how the machine should move, and for the other one it'll change its style. So I use a lot of techniques. Like right now what you're looking at is I'm dragging the machine to and fro, but on the skin it's just on the one side it is pushing the ink, while coming back it is just coming without touching the skin. So it's only on the on the front side when it pushes, it is touching the skin. So this is what I'm doing is what I was talking about. The another technique which I'm going to use is I'm going to go in circular hand motions sometimes, and that's going to be with a light hand as in I'm going to release the pressure because I might want to blend the color while going in circular motion. It's very important that you if you're using a paintbrush style or if you're using a whip shading technique, make sure at the end, or rather at both the ends, you whip it out so that you have faded end and not a very sharp cut. Only where you need a sharp cut you need to do it, like if you see the edge of the mask is where I have a very sharp edge, but I'm pulling all the strokes from that one point. So from the mask I'm pushing it inward. So while doing that I'm just whipping it out. So whipping it out is actually creating a really dark, the starting point is a dark color, and then while whipping out, because I release the hand pressure, it creates a transparent gradient from there, which is helpful for me to blend in the other color there. So all the transparent area which I have in the whipped area, I can push another color and I can get a shade which is between the two colors which I choose. By any chance, if you find color blending really hard, or looking at this tutorial, if you feel that this seems to be very complex, so don't think like that. Trust me, it is easier than you think. It's only you haven't tried enough times, so you haven't failed in it enough times. So first thing you do if you want to achieve this level of skill, if you want to become a pro color artist, first thing you need to do is start playing with colors. It doesn't matter if you create a great artwork out of your painting or your sketch, or whatever you do, you have to start playing with colors. So spare some time, maybe twice or thrice a week, and play with any colors you have around. So maybe color pencils, maybe tattoo pigment, whatever you can find. Just put some time, be with the colors, and you will start understanding how they blend and which color looks good with the which one, and so on and so forth. I'm working on the bottom of the chin right now, and I'm creating this division between the warm tones and the cool tones, that is the blue and the area which is all blue and all the cool colors, and the area which is really warm, which is her face, the chin, the nose, the lips. I've picked up the blue conic color. Blue conic is the darkest tone of blue you can get in the tattoo pigment series. more blue conic color. And now I'm gonna use the sideways, or magnum in a different angle, sideways, to create the edge of the mask. So I'm just defining the edges and the shapes right now. So it's easy for me to continue working on the warm colors. Another reason I'm trying to finish the edge part, and I'm picking up the darker colors like conic blue and stuff, because I also want to not touch the darker tones once I again start working on the lips and the nose area, because there are a lot of light colors there, especially the yellow color, the brightest on the face. It gets muddy if you don't handle it properly. So while wiping or while cleaning the tattoo, the tissue might go over the yellow or the bright colors, and that will actually absorb the blue there, and the piece will look muddy. The yellow won't look yellow, it will look muddy. It's going to be temporary till the time it heals. It's going to heal yellow, but if you want to take good pictures, then it's going to look muddy. So I'm planning to finish that off, the bottom chin area and this the side of like the edge of the mask, so that I can focus more on the warm tones. I'm defining the chin area. If you can refer to the image, the artwork, there is a subtle shade down there, which is more of a not exactly a bright tone, a mid-tone on a darker side, I would say. But it's not blue in color. It's a mix of warm and something in between blue and red. So if you refer to any color wheel, now color wheel is something which is really important if you want to learn colors. So if you go to any art school, the first thing you're going to learn is about the color wheel. So if you follow the color wheel, it's very easy to understand the relation between all the colors. So between red and blue, it's going to be violet or the purple color, and that is what it's there. And I've picked up the red color with a pink which is towards little purple, so it is not like a warm pink, but pink which has more blues in it. It is towards the purple color, but value wise it is very light, so it is bright. So I want that color to be there, but I don't want that value, that bright value. So I'm mixing the red and a little bit of purple with it to neutralize its value. So I don't want it to be very bright. I didn't wash the machine. I picked up the blue color, which is a true blue. So I have a little mix in my machine now from the previous color and the new blue. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to fast forward the rest of the video. It's going to be running on double the speed, so you won't make out any difference. There won't be much of a difference visually, but it will help us to cover everything in the given time. And yeah, so you will understand each and everything. so you're not going to miss on anything. It's just a little bit of speed. As you have learned in previous webinars, the way I work is I render the tattoos. Rendering is a step-by-step process of layering things to get the final outcome. So it doesn't happen in one go or one stroke. You develop the piece layer by layer. So you have to construct it, and it takes time. So while it is happening, while you're developing your piece or rendering your piece, it might not look as you expect it to be, because it's not complete yet. And most of the artists I have seen, they start the piece, they go halfway, and they lose confidence because things don't look the way they expected, or things don't turn out to be as they expect in their mind. So they have some image in the mind, and the tattoo doesn't look like that halfway. But it is not supposed to look like complete halfway. It should look like incomplete because it's incomplete. The thing is, you have to complete it. So it doesn't matter how bad or good your tattoo looks in between, like when you're halfway or when you just started, you got to finish the piece. Without that, you cannot judge your piece whether you have done well or whether you have not. So that's a little suggestion. Whenever you're working on any tattoo, make sure you finish it. Do not lose hopes and do not lose confidence half the way, because if you lose confidence and hope that it's going to be one of the best ones of your tattoos, the rest of the piece is not going to be rendered as it should be, because you have lost it halfway only. It's just for the sake of finishing it, you're doing it. So it's only at the end you know what's coming. So this is again very similar to what I did on piece of paper. I started with really dark blue, conic blue, and then I went over the purple color. Now I'm going with the red. I'm using a paintbrush technique. While I'm doing it, I'm not focusing much on blending. I'm just color packing the colors, and I'm more concerned about mixing the colors and pushing it there, and not worried about how well it is blending as of now. That doesn't mean that when you're working you don't think of blending, because if you go too harsh and you create like way too different shades, then there would be no way to blend it. So blending for me, or my technique, is such that blending happens at two places. I have said this numerous times before. One in the tip or the needle, the another one on the skin. So on the skin, if you have an option where you can blend it later as well, but on skin you need to put the right colors in place, and for that the first blending happens, or color mixing happens, in your tip, and you need to create most of the shades which are in the transition, which are in the gradient, in the tip. So if you have taken only three colors, say like I started with dark blue on the corner, dark blue, and then purple, and then red, but while doing it I created maybe multiple shades in the tip, and I put them all onto the skin. So it was not only about those three colors. I'm doing back and forth, so I'm going on the other side, coming back to this, and this is something which I do because sometimes I lose the track of the area which I'm working on, or if you keep looking at one thing for long, you start losing the understanding of it. So that happens to me a lot of times. So that is when I take the break. So whenever I'm lost, when I feel that I'm too confused with what's next and what has to be done, I will take a break, or I will work on the other area which is new to me, so my brain works fine. In that case, I will stop the area like I was working on, which is confusing for now, and I'll work on some other area, and when I come back to the old area, my mind can process it better. And that is, I think, with a lot of artists. So I did a lot of reds. I'm picking up orange. I'm going to push orange above the red. Picked up a little yellow with the orange. Alright, so I'm changing the machine now. So I was with Soul Nova, now I have picked up the Cheyenne Spirit. It's going to work like a blender for me, and I'm going to try this for some time. I'm not very sure that I'm going to use Spirit for long, but I'm just checking that how well it is color packing. So I do sometimes use short stroke for color packing, but for me long stroke works well. But I keep trying with this. Also, I've picked up the Spirit because I want to blend the colors. So I want to mix two colors and have a nice transition happening, and that's why I've picked it up. But I'm not really sure that I'm going to stick to it. I'm just trying things out, more of an experiment again. So there is a harsh line there, which we did with the brown and the purple. So the dark tones which are near the chin, I'm trying to blend it nicely. So I'm just going back and forth and adding more oranges and light oranges, and trying to smudge the line, or that strong color packed area, which is actually adding it a kind of a line, kind of a division. So I don't want those lines or division. It has to be really soft. I need a blend there, more of gradients and not a harsh color packed line. I don't clean the tattoo much. You must have noticed I keep working on the tattoo. I don't clean much because it is better for skin, because it causes less damage. So a lot of cleaning causes a lot of damage to the skin, so I avoid that. Use a lot of A&D while working. I've picked up a blue conic color again. So now I'm pushing the contrast. Now I want to have a nice contrast, so I'm pushing a little darker tones at the bottom of the chin, which anyway you can see it in the reference image. If you follow the reference image, you can see, you know, it's a nice dark area below the chin and the jawline. Now I've got the thunder. I'm working with the thunder. It's very strong on skin because it's more of a liner. Also does great color packing if you run it slowly, but I'm not using it as a color packer on this piece. I'm defining the lips, but I'm not using really dark colors. I'm using midtones to define the lips. I'm back with Sol Nova. Pushing the blue and the purple at the corner of the lips, as you can see on the reference image. So the darkest point on the corner of the lips, I've picked up blue, and then it's gonna, you know, it'll go from blue to purple to red to orange to yellow, and that's how the transition is gonna be. So I'm using a circular hand motion to color pack the area. I have needle depth little smaller. I mean, the needle coming off the tube is little less than what I was using with the paintbrush technique. I could have done this entirely, as in all the entire lips, using a 9 round shader, but I prefer working with magnums because the outcome is quite different than the round liners or shaders, and it is also I'm really comfortable working with magnums. Also, it's a time saver. The only time I will not use magnum is when the area is too small and I cannot, the magnum is not adequate to do it. Right now what I'm doing is I'm pushing the orange instead of the dark orange. The reason is I'm adding a base color to it. So once I add the base color, I'm going to darken it later on. So for now I'm picking up the, just the orange color, wherein we need a darker mid-tone or darker tone for the upper lip. But as of now, it's just the base color because over the base we're going to add the darker tone. You will see that in some time. So without washing the needle, I took the yellow, again I'm back to the orange, and picked up the brown. As I said, I'm going to add the darker tones on to the lips later on, so I've started it now. When you're working on something like this, where you can see clearly that there is a base color and there is something over it, like multiple layers, and if you can follow that, it's really going to create a deep color tone there. So it'll have so you can feel that it's deep, and it gets life to it. So I could have made the entire color as it is and packed it, but the reason being that I'm going with a base color and then adding more colors is because it's gonna look very close to the reference image. So I could read that there is a nice base color and then there is a color over it, and that's why I could do it. So image reading is really important thing when it comes to doing any kind of realism tattoo. I'm going to leave you some time with the tattoo, and I'm going to let you focus on the things I'm doing right now. So focus on how I'm mixing the colors, when I'm washing the needle, how much I am washing the needle, and how I'm working with the transition and mixing the colors, playing with the contrast. Just focus on it, and I'll be back in some time. Alright, so today is the second day, and before I start, I want to show you the condition of the existing tattoo. So yesterday we didn't wrap it with anything. You must have seen people who do 2 sessions. They put a lot of ointment, they wrap it, so I recommended to keep it like dry and do not put anything on this, because I wanted to ooze it and get it dry. So if you can see the tattoo, everything is all dried here, right? And same with the yellow color and the orange and all the blending. I wanted this because now when I'm going to work on this area, this particular thing is going to be protected. The new color will not go over it easily because all the pores are packed with the body fluids. So I'm not planning to clean it as such. I'm going to do a little bit of wash, but not a deep clean over to this. I'm going to keep it as it is. I'm going to finish the entire tattoo like this. And this is my way of working. Now there are so many artists have different ways of doing things. This is how I continue my tattoos. And about the stencil, as you can see, the stencil is still intact. So I asked my clients to take care of the stencil. So let's get started. I'm using the same setup today. I've got the colors again a little bit. I mean, if you see, I've placed the colors in different cups this time based on today's requirement. I'm using a Sol Nova with 15 Magnum soft edge. I'm using the Magnum sideways as I need a soft edge, need a soft thick line, as it's going to be a starting point to work inwards towards her mask, towards the cheek area. And I'm doing it with really light hand while the machine is running really slow at 60 Hertz. The reason I have to go slow and easy right now because I'm working on exactly on that area where I finished the piece yesterday. So it is already a worked area. So if I go really hard on this area, it's going to damage the skin. So I have to be very careful. Also, while cleaning with tissues, while wiping out, I have to be very careful that I go really light hand, and at the same time I wipe it away from the yesterday's piece and not just go over it. The reason is if I wipe it and if the color goes over the yellow and the oranges, it'll absorb the color, it'll absorb the darker color, and what will happen is your piece will get muddy. So I want to click some good pictures at the end of the session, so I don't want my piece to get muddy, and so I have to make sure that I keep it clean. For that, I mean, it's a best practice to wipe it away from the from the tattoo which was done few hours ago, or the previous day. And now this actually doesn't affect the final outcome once it is healed. So even if I go over this and if the piece gets muddy, it's not going to affect the final healed outcome. It's just at the end of the session, if I want to click some good pictures, I have to make sure my piece stays clean, and that's why I'm wiping it away. As we learned about the paintbrush color packing technique, I'm using that technique with my pendulum technique. I'm just combining both, as you can see on the screen. I'm going with slow machine. I'm smoothly pushing the needle into the skin while my machine is at a good angle. It is not going straight, not a perpendicular angle as such. And I'm pulling that needle off smoothly so that I can create a gradient out of it. So if you see both the edges, the top and the bottom, you'll see that there is a smooth transition happening. So if I want to mix any other color, it's easy. And as we spoke about, can you see how fast it is color packing with this technique? I just had like 2 or 3 strokes over it and the color is nicely packed into the skin. I'm going to create a nice color blend from here, which you can easily relate to the color fundamental session which we did earlier, where I showed you how I mix the colors on piece of paper. So far I'm working on a darker shade of blue, and I'm actually following the reference, the image on iPad, and where I'm working right now, it's the darkest area in that patch. And so I'll finish the darker area first, and then I'm gonna start blending with other colors. So I'm gonna go upwards from here. So after the blue, as you can see in the image, after the blue, the blue, as in the dark blue, the blue is gonna get lighter and it is going towards the mint green color. So through the technique of the paintbrush and the pendulum, the mix of it, I have a nice color packed area while the edges are really soft, which are kind of open for me to blend the other colors and create a nice transition from one color to other. So I've picked up a true blue color now, so it's time to create a transition, and I'm gonna do the same kind of technique and mix the color with the previous one. So what I'm doing is I'm going halfway over the previous shade which I have there, so that it mixes it with it and we get a nice gradient out of it. I'm not washing the needle as much, so I have the color in place and I'm just dipping it in a little bit of water, little bit of cleaning, not the entire thing, and then picking up a new color so that I get a color which is in between the two colors I pick. So as you learned before, I mix the color in the needle in the tip, and the second blending happens on the skin. So I picked up the sky blue color which I have in the palette. So it's gonna go lighter from here. So now it's a sky blue color. So once this is done, you'll see me again dipping the tip to the next color which I need. So I have now white into my tip, but as you can see, it's not white because I didn't wash the needle entirely. I just picked up the white with the existing color in the tip, and I got a lighter color in my tip which is going on to the skin now. So now we have a mint green color in the needle. I washed it a bit more and now we have nice mint color going in with the blue which I did previously. Very similar to what I did on a piece of paper with the pigments. So no fast movements, no rush here. I'm going slow and I'm just focusing on nice color packing technique. As you can see in the image, we have this white highlight coming off the eye, so I have to be careful that I don't go over it, because I'm gonna push the whites, pure white, in the next session, the session which I'll work on only whites. So once the entire piece is healed, I'm gonna do whites after that, maybe after 90 days. So I have more white into the tip. It's easy, right? I mean, it's easy to create the shades in the tip. So whichever color you want, which is a color, in between the two shades, the two main colors, you just have to dip in one and then dip in another, and you get a color which is the mix of it. This simple understanding helps you create all the required colors to create a nice, beautiful, soft transition. Again, I took the blue and dipped it in a white a bit, because I need a little darker shade from here. I didn't wash the needle. I had the mint green already in it, so I added blue to it in the tip. I'm saying it again and again, but that's simple. I mean, you keep dipping your needle into different caps to get the different colors you need, and that's how you do the mixing. Initially you might find it difficult or tough, but that's not really it is. It is just your mind needs to understand it. It's more like a common sense. So the only way you're going to get this right is if you practice it more. So I would say start painting. Your painting doesn't have to be the best as such. What matters is you understand, you play with the colors, and you get to understand it, how it works. And for me, that's the easiest way. I mean, doesn't matter how much learning you do or how much tutorials you watch online, until and unless you don't do it on your own, you won't get it right. So practice is very important, and first time, second time, third time, you're going to fail a lot. So you won't get what exactly you thought of, but that is very important, because that is actually setting up the right path. That is actually help you, or rather reveal the right way of doing it. As you can see, I have still not washed the needle. I'm just playing with different colors, doing back and forth to create the right blends. So I got a 7 Magnum as I'm working on a really tight area, so it's hard for me to work with a 15 Magnum. It's a really small needle and small Magnum, so it's easy to work on really tight areas. I'm gonna finish the entire earpiece with 7 Magnum. Can you see how careful I am while wiping with the tissues? So it's really important that I don't mess around with with spreading colors on the yesterday's session. I don't want to make my piece muddy. I always work with the dark tones, even if I'm working on black and grays. You must have seen in my previous webinars and videos that I start from the darker area and then I move towards the lighter one. So even in this case, I'm picking up the the dark tones first, also helping me to define the shape. I'm not using, or I would say I'm not picking up all the details, everything as it is from the image. I'm skipping few things here and there because I need to make sure that it looks good as a tattoo as well. So I'll pick up things based on my experience, that what will look nice and what not. I prefer using Sol Nova for my color work because I think it is one of the best color packer rotary machines. And whenever you're working on a full color realism, or a piece where you're gonna do a lot of color packing, I mean, this is the best one. Also, you can blend the colors very easily using the same machine. I use a couple of different techniques. One is, or rather the most used is the paintbrush for color packing and the pendulum for color blending. Also, if I shorten the stroke of this machine, as in if I reduce the needle length or the needle depth, I can go in circular hand motion and do the blending. You will see that me doing in rest of the piece. Now focus on the way I pick up the colors from the ink cups and how many times I wash and how I wash. So a little bit of wash there before I picked up a little lighter blue than the previous one. Little bit of wash and I picked up a mint green As I'm working on the highlights of the earpiece, I picked up a mint green. So the last time I picked up the mint green was little bluish than the one you see right now. Now I'm again back on 15 Magnum. I've changed the needle and going with the highlights again. It seems to me it seems to be like I'm using a white color, but it is not white. I have not washed the tip or the machine or the needle entirely, so there is a little bit of blue and mint green in the needle, so it's not going to render white, because the pure whites which I'm going to do it's going to be, once the piece is healed, is going to come back, the customer or the client is going to come back, and then I'm going to do whites, only whites. I'm using the Magnum in different angles. I'm tilting it to use the corner of it, so you can play with it, you can practice on this part. Sometimes I'm opening the entire face of the needle, sometimes I'm using just a corner. It allows you to work on the tight areas using a bigger Magnum. Right, now check this out. I'm working on this area and I want to make a green, darker green color, which is at the edge. And for that I'm mixing the green color, the mint, the dark blue, and a little bit of white and water. And that's how I got that a green color which I see in the image. Using a paintbrush technique to fill it out, like a one stroke, and it is nicely color packed, creating a little soft gradient on the top, because I'm going to mix the other one, like other color from the top later on. Wash the needle properly, because I'm going to work on this dark blue area where I don't need a tinge of green, so I washed the needle properly. I'm using the edge of the Magnum, corner of the Magnum. As you can see, I have tilted the needle a little bit, machine, so I'm using a corner of it. So I put the needle into purple color. So I didn't wash the needle, I just added the purple to the tip. I added blue to it without washing the needle. So purple is still there, and I added a sky blue to it, so it made the color which is in between, right? So that is what I was looking for. And it is always a good practice to wipe away from the light colors, the bright colors, because they tend to absorb the darker color and your piece looks muddy. So it's a good practice. It doesn't matter if it is you're working on the same day, on the piece. It is always recommended that if you're using bright colors, lighter tones, avoid wiping the darker tones over it. I got the mint green again, so I'm rendering that area slowly. Now I have a needle length shorter than before, and I'm blending it with my the other technique which I explained to you in the other session. So a shorter stroke, or rather not the shorter stroke, but the less amount of needle coming off the tip, that is a shorter needle depth, and you can go have a circular hand motion to do a nice color blending. So this is what I'm doing right now. So just a recap, short needle depth, you can go in circular hand motion to do color packing and color blending. But if you want to a fast color packing, then you use a longer stroke with paintbrush style. I washed the needle enough to pick up the orange color now. So we have orange. I'm going to blend this with the green which I started with. I didn't wash the needle again completely. I washed it a little bit and picked up the yellow so that I have a tinge of orange into it. It is more like a golden yellow color. And now I'm mixing it on both the ends with the green and with the orange. So I'll have a nice transition from orange to green to light green to the bluish green color which is there. Washing the needle nicely, cleaning it properly because I'm going to pick up white, so I want more of white content there. So washed it properly and then I'm going with whites. So there might be a little tinge of yellow to it because I'm not using a new needle as such, so there is always some color back in the tube, and I've picked up the white. It's like 90-95% white and maybe a little bit of yellow into it. It's the brightest area on the artwork near the eyes, and that's why the whites. Now the whites are not seen as expected, because when you put whites, your skin turns red. So what I've done is I have left it right there, because I'm not sure how much the color has gone into it, and I don't want to damage the skin. So it is always recommended, whenever you are using a really light colors, brighter colors, sometimes your skin is getting red and you can't see whether it is properly packed or not. You give it a little time, so you leave it there and let it settle down, and you will start seeing the color properly. So that's what I did with the whites. I just filled it properly, and then I'm not sure whether how much pigment has gone in, so I'm going to let it settle down for some time, and I'll see if there is a need to push more whites there. And if I feel that I need more whites there, I might put it in the next session. So I started with the blue color again, dark blues. So I'm working on the dark tones on the eyes. When I say whites, I'm using a plural form of white. What I refer to is the brighter tones, the light tones. So that can be white and little darker shade of the white. Can be a very light gray, maybe 10%, 8%, 5% gray, and similarly other brighter version of all the colors which I'm going to use. So instead of light tones or brighter tones, I call them whites, because I'm talking about the extreme lighter tones of the given color. So in my mind, it is always the whites. Wiping it away from the orange color, orange and yellows which I have done, also away from the whites which I just did. Using the magnum sideways now. So playing with the magnum in different angles and different tilts. So sometimes I use the corner, sometimes I just turn it around and use it sideways wherever I need, thinner kind of soft lines. So I'm changing the machine now, because I'm going to work with 9 round shader, and for that I'm going to use the Cheyenne Thunder, which is more of a liner. It has a very strong punch, and I'm going to use 9 round shader because it's going to be faster and easier for me to get into the details of the eye, and it's going to be faster than doing it with Magnum. Now I can execute this with a Magnum using all the corners and stuff, but it'll be very difficult for me to work with Magnum when it comes to very close to the eyeball or the iris. So to get more control and also to save time, I prefer going for 9 round shader. I don't use round liners much. Whenever I feel a need of a round liner, I normally pick up the round shader because I like the softness of the line which it gives. Not always I'm looking for really crisp lines, especially when you're working with realism tattoos. You're not looking for really crisp, sharp lines unless you are going with any other style. It's good. So I'm working on the darker blue, like on the eye with the darker blue color, because I'm marking all the, you can say, the dark tones as of now. Once I'm done with the details, I'm gonna start with the area which is below the eyebrow or the above the eye, and it has a really nice beautiful transition from a blue to light blue to mint green, and that's going to be done with using Magnum. Alright, so now we are back with Sol Nova and 15 Magnum, and as I said, I'm going to work on the area below the eyebrows. I've picked up a true blue color in a clean needle or clean machine. we have reached till here, but then I can see that the skin has started healing. Because of this webinar, we have been spending a lot of time with setting up cameras, and a lot of breaks has happened in between. That's the reason I couldn't finish the piece as I expected. So because the skin is now it's in the healing process, it is not a good idea to continue it from here, but I'm going to finish this part, which is the eye and so I'll actually finish the portrait, and I'll keep this, the planet and the galaxy and the stuff, for the next session. Today is already a second session, as you know, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap the tattoo right now. When I'm working on this, I don't want the rest of the tattoo get muddy by the colors which I'm using. Already you can see that some of the yellows have gone muddy. It's not going to stay like this. So all these muddy yellow is going to be a really bright yellow once it is healed. So once the skin is off the upper layer, you'll get to see a really bright saturated colors. This is just on the very upper layer. While healing, it will be off, but I don't want to mess around with the colors anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of alien stuff what we use. In your case, I recommend something like pepenthen. You can put it and wrap it with a clinch wrap or whatever you're using, and then continue. Keep it moist from here on, because it has started healing. It's not a good idea now to let it dry too much. And also while working, I might go on these areas while wiping. That may cause damage. Already you can see a couple of spots around. So while cleaning, I think I went a little hard on it, and skin has started coming off. So we don't want this, so I'm going to wrap it now. I'll show you how I do it. So I use alien stuff. This is our own brand, and I'm going to take So I have enough cream on it. I'm going to put a clinch. Not very tight, it has to be loose. So make sure it is loose and not very tight. The blood should flow easily, and it should be kind of breathable. The air should be able to go in and out. I think because I think the upper portion is tight, I'm going to tear it off from here, just loosen it a bit, because we don't want it really tight. Yeah, so now this patch is protected nicely, it is inside, and as this is fresh, it's fine to keep it open for some time. And I have enough space from here on to work on the eye and finish her head. Alright, so let's get started with rest of the portrait, and then we'll see. I'm not really sure whether I'm gonna keep this for the next time or this time, but we'll see how it goes. If I think skin is good enough to work, go on and keep working, I may work on it, or else we'll put it for the next time. Next time would be anywhere after 60 to 90 days. I personally feel 3 months is a good amount of time to let the tattoo heal, and then if you want to work, because I would recommend 3 months because I want to there are a few spots on the area which I think I need to do a little rework, especially this empty space which I have left. It is supposed to be a see-through area, so I need some shades going in. It should be like a transparent spike going off, so I need to put some stuff here. Then few highlights here and there, and few tightening of lips, and this chin area, I think I can put a little more value to it. So I would do it after like 3 months minimum. After that, anytime you can come, and minimum 90 days for this piece is what I recommend, so I can work on the entire thing properly. So that's about it. We'll start with the rest of the piece. Let's do it. As you can see that I don't have a very clear stencil to work on, especially as it's an eye, so I cannot miss on any important details. And so what I'm doing is I'm gonna draw like freehand. I'm gonna use the image as a reference. So I'm looking at the iPad and marking the important lines, or I'm just following the stencil, which is barely visible right now, but it's still visible, so I have not lost it entirely, but I need to define few things before I can move on with tattooing. So a lot of people ask me, how do I continue on the other day, or how do I work in multiple sessions, in terms of how do I manage to follow the stencil. So this is what I do. I mean, most of the time client will take care of the stencil, and the stencil is not lost. And the technique which I use to transfer the stencil is little different than what people are doing right now. So if you use any products like stencil stuff, or there are a few more in the market, somehow I have realized that the stencil will not stay, because the solution which is used to transfer doesn't hold the stencil for long. What I have done is, that's what we use LOX gel, which I showed you at the beginning. Now, using that, the life of the stencil increases a lot. I mean, if you want to work on this piece for like 3 days, your stencil is going to stay there for 3 days, and you don't lose the stencil, not even its strength of it. So it doesn't get lighter as such, unless your client takes a shower or just puts a soap on it, then it's going to be difficult. But if you ask your client to take care of your stencil, and if you're using a LOX, your stencil will stay for a couple of days easily. And that's the case in here. I have the stencil intact. It's just it was in the last few hours I lost the eye, because I've been working right below it, and I've been wiping a lot, and that's why the stencil got weak there. And then you can do a little bit of freehand to recover it. Otherwise also, if I lose the stencil completely, say for example if my client did not manage to take care of it and it's lost, it's easy. I mean, I can print the same stencil. Like, I have the size and everything stored with me, so I can print it and take my time to place it again over the so I'll follow the the part which is already done on the skin. I'll follow that and I'll place it. So I'm working on a new video on that. We are making a series of tutorials on just stencil placement, and we're gonna cover almost every kind of stencil placement, like putting a stencil on elbow, or doing an armband, or putting a stencil on neck, or how do you work with multi-session stencils, how do you put it on chest, and so on and so forth. So that's going to be there in the Leela program, and you'll get to see it. So I'm going to leave you again and let you absorb all the techniques and all the things you get to learn here, and I'll see you in a bit. Alright, so we are done with the tattoo for today. I'm not sure whether I'm going to work tomorrow and finish the entire piece. It depends how skin responds tomorrow. So if I like, once he's here tomorrow, if I feel that his skin can take more, I'll continue and finish the piece. If not, then I'll just leave it here, and I will wait for him to come down anytime after 90 days. But I'm gonna do something else this time. Yesterday, last time when we closed the session, you saw that I didn't do anything to it while he was going home. I wanted him to keep it like without any cream and all dried. But today I'm gonna put alien stuff, lot of it, and I'm going to wrap it, and he's not going to remove the wrap all night. Instead, he's going to come tomorrow and we are going to remove the wrap, and entire tattoo is going to be moist till tomorrow. Now what it does is it stops the healing process. So at the pace this tattoo is healing, it's going to slow down, and we're going to try that. Now it doesn't work always, but I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to put a lot of cream, wrap it with Dermalize, and tomorrow once I remove it, I'll see if I can continue working from here so that there is no more damage, and if not, then we close the session tomorrow. And also I do the aftercare process the next day, so he has to come anyway, right? So let's do that. I'll show you what exactly I do to slow down the healing process. I don't know exactly the technical term. I may be saying it all wrong when I say slowing down the healing process, but what it does is it keeps the tattoo moist, and the tattoo will not scab. So there is no scabbing happening till the time we remove the wrap, which is with the cream, right? So I'm going to put this cream out of it. Now Dermalize is a very strong wrap. I mean, it sticks to the skin really hard. So make sure you put this thing little more so that tomorrow it is easy for the wrap to come off. With this cream on the tattoo, the Dermalize is not going to stick on this, right? It's going to stick on the area which is all dried up. And so I'm going to have the wrap from down till this point. So let's do it. I'm concerned about especially the ends where I have left the tattoo, so that I want to continue the tattoo from right there tomorrow, and the skin should not, I don't want to damage the skin. So to have that effect at a minimum level, I'm going to put this. I have tried this before a couple of times, especially on the third session, and it works well for me, and that's the reason I'm sharing this technique with you. I don't know what other artists are doing. I don't know whether this is recommended or not. This is something which actually works with me, and that's why I use it. So we have Dermalize now. I'm going to put the top wrap first. नीचे जा, relax हो. It's very loose right now because there is a lot of ointment, and so it's not going to stick as we expect. So I might add a little patch at the end, but for now this is good. Let's remove this. Another patch I have. I'm going to put a small patch here maybe, and a small one maybe if needed here. No, I think it is all good. It's not going to come off. It is only about tomorrow morning, couple of hours at night he has to take care. Rest I think it's going to stick. So maybe a small wrap here. Cut then chota. Alright, so it's not moving, and I think this is good. So as far as my understanding goes, this is gonna avoid all the scabbing and all the, in my words, I mean I feel that the healing process slows down when you put a lot of ointment inside and the dermalize, and that is what we want till tomorrow. If the skin remains fresh, it will act like, you know, like I'm working on a fresh skin, so that there won't be any damage to the edges, which we had few when we worked on the last session. So that's about it. Alright, so this is the third day. I'm gonna continue and finish the entire piece. Basically, we have not spent a lot of hours on tattooing. As this is a live webinar, we spent a lot of time, adjusting cameras and doing stuff. So overall time, I think it is 1.5 days if you consider the entire thing. But it is good for you. You get to see that how I work when I'm working on larger pieces. larger than this, and I divide the sessions in 2 or 3. Yesterday what we did is we had the cream and the wrap on this. Today we're going to remove it, and I think we are good to go in terms of skin, and I think we can continue working from here. So let's remove this dermalized wrap. As you can see, this the cream is still inside and it is soft. The dermalize is not stuck as such to the skin, it's loose right now. It's just at the corner it's going to be stuck. So this is the dermalized wrap. Because there was no cream here, it is nicely stuck to the skin. So go slow because it might damage the skin, especially in this like this way. If I want to work here later on, and if you don't remove it carefully, when you touch the needle in this area, it tends to damage the skin more. So always go slow. As you can see, it's all gooey and sticky, which is good for us. So we still have all of it as it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to actually remove this everything now. I'm going to keep it as it is again for some time. I'll just clean the areas around it. Alright, so that's about cleaning, I guess. I'm going to put a dermalize again here. So we keep it moist and nice inside till I finish the rest of the tattoo. So I'm going to put the ointment again a bit and put the dermalize. So just remove the, very gently I'm just removing the upper plasmic discharge of skin. So this time I won't put dermalize. I think I'll put just a basic clinch wrap. Some call this cling wrap, some call it clinch. So whatever it is, just put the wrap, keep it loose, not too tight. Okay, so that's about it. We are going to start in 5 minutes and I'll finish the entire piece from here. So I've started with 15 Magnum and Sol Nova. Again, the machine is slow, around 80 Hertz, and I'm marking, or rather following, this new freehand stencil. So every time I start the session, it's kind of new for me and I have to start slow. It takes a little bit of time for me to gauge things and then get going. Working with the Magnum carefully, using the sides and the corners to go into those tight areas. I want to show you how I mix the colors, especially in this area. Currently, if you have noticed, I'm working with blues as of now. So I started with a darker blue, and then I have this true blue which I'm working with. And if you follow the reference, you will see that the blues have a gradient or a transition from that blue color to greenish bluish color. And this is what I was talking about. I picked up the yellow directly, but in the tip, because it was full of blue, I didn't wash the needle. It turned out to be a green color. Alright, so if I want a little more green, I'm going to pick up a little bit of dip in the water to clean a little bit, and again I picked up the yellow. It turned out to be green because there is already the old color in the tip. So I'm repeating it again. So I mix the color in the tip, and so that's one place. Another place is I do mixing on the skin, blending on the skin. Watch me how careful I am with wiping or with cleaning the tattoo using tissues. I'm not going over the bottom part. I'm wiping it the other wise. So I'm wiping it towards top. You may not see this color which I'm using right now in the reference image. It is always difficult to figure out which color exactly it is when you look at the image, but with practice of image reading, you start understanding which color lies behind the the given art. I'm also using iPad as a reference. So whenever I feel that I cannot make out which color it is, sometimes it seems blue and it is not actually blue, and there's a little confusion in my head, I would go on the iPad and use a color picker to see which color it is, and that makes my life easy. And in fact, through that practice, I think I have developed this reading habit, so I can read colors better now because I've been using iPad for long to understand the colors while I'm working on color tattoos. Alright, it's time to wrap the tattoo with Dermalize Pro. So my aftercare is really simple. It's pretty simple to follow. Once I finish the tattoo, I ask my client to wait for at least 12 to 18 hours before we can put the Dermalize on it. And I don't recommend putting a Dermalize right after the tattoo, because tattoo will ooze and the wrap is going to come off within a day. So I recommend everyone to wait at least 12 to 18 hours before you put the Dermalize Pro onto the tattoo. In that way, it's going to stay on the tattoo, on the skin for long. And I recommend my clients to keep the wrap for at least 6 days and remove it by the end of the 6th day. By then the tattoo heals nicely, everything happens within the wrap, and tattoo heals really well if you use Dermalize. I'm not sure if everyone is using or not, but the day I have tried Dermalize, I never have seen back. Like I never thought of recommending traditional aftercare to any of my client. I just tried once and then I never stopped. Traditional aftercare, the problem is it works fine, but it is hard to follow. So the clients, the people are working people, they have other things to do, and it is hard for them to keep a track of cleaning the tattoo regularly, keeping it moist, and so on and so forth. And because the traditional aftercare is little difficult to follow, clients don't follow it religiously, and then you may get infected tattoo, color loss, and so many things happens because of that. And all the blame goes to the artist. That artist was bad. So as far as my experience goes, most of the time it is because of the bad aftercare the tattoo gets spoiled. So to remove that factor, Dermalize plays a really, really important role in it. I mean, just use Dermalize and you would know that whether the work was done, work was bad, the artist was bad, or it was the aftercare. So I recommend Dermalize over anytime over traditional aftercare. It's so much easy for your clients to carry it, because they don't have to do anything. It is waterproof, it is antibacterial, it is dust proof, and it stays clean. Scabbing happens inside it, there is least amount of color loss happening, and it's the best thing client can expect from you. So it's little expensive. Some people say it is expensive. I think it is worth it. I mean, it is cheaper if I see the comfort and the ease it provides, and the quality of the tattoo which heals is so much way better than traditional aftercare. So I'm not going to go in detail that how to apply the Dermalize, because there are tons of videos on YouTube. You can just check it out then how to actually apply the Dermalize. I'll give you a basic idea what I'm doing right now. I don't do this on all the tattoos. I'm applying Alien Stuff, that's a homemade cream we have for aftercare, on the tattoo, because I've been working on it for last 3 days. And so I thought it needs something, because the bottom part is too dry. So I don't want to stick the Dermalize directly on it, because the bottom part may not ooze, and Dermalize might actually stick on the tattoo, and it will be hard for him to remove it later on. So when normally what happens when you do a tattoo, like a 1-day tattoo, and then you wrap it the next day, the tattoo still is going to ooze a little bit. The liquid is going to come off, as in body fluids are going to come off, and that makes the tattooed area to not being affected by the Dermalize gum. So the Dermalize doesn't stick on the tattoo, it sticks around the tattoo, as in the place where you have not tattooed. It will hold the skin from there, and it will just provide a nice protection on your tattoo. So in this case, because I worked on 3 days, the bottom part is already healing and it might not ooze. The scabbing has already started. That's why I thought, let's put some cream before putting a dermalize. I have applied a cream in such a way that all the parts which are around the tattoo, I have not applied the cream there. So I was very careful while applying the cream. I just applied it on the tattoo and nowhere else, so that the dermalize will stick to the rest of the area and hold the wrap for next 6 days. I normally cut the dermalized wrap into pieces, because if you try to put it like a whole, you will get a lot of bubbles, air bubbles in the wrap, and it becomes little difficult to put the entire thing at once. So I prefer cutting the dermalize into small pieces and apply like one by one. That is what I'm doing right now. Apply it carefully, make sure that it doesn't have too many air bubbles, and go gentle. And I'm quite gentle on skin. I'm taking care that it should not damage the skin while I'm putting this.